doing? Alright, so I am talking hands today. I was gonna have another camera, but it didn't work out, so got the overhead camera, and that's gonna be it. Alright, what do I need to do? Never done this before. Mic too quiet? Alright, hold on. Any better? Alright, what about that? Alright, so just gonna start it off with, during this stream, if you place an order on my website, KC3D Print, you can use the coupon code Nimbus Live and get 10% off. During the stream only. Stream ends, coupon ends. Alright, sounds like it's better now, so let's quickly go over what I'll be using in this build. Start off with the motor here. We have a 4025 Beta 1050 kV. I've already done all the soldering that I think I need to do because nobody likes to watch soldering. Then ESC Sapphire 125 with my mount. Got some servos. So I have the BLS 915. There we go. Version 8. And 805 for the tail. And of course, Icon 2 free sky receiver. So for me to get closer to the microphone would involve bringing this camera downwards, which I can't really do. Like I said, it's not an ideal setup. If I ever do this again, I'll definitely be improving on it, but it's gonna have to do for now. So, I'm not going to waste too much more time. Let's get this box open. Please excuse my disgusting desk. It's been through hell and back for me, and I'm kind of attached to it now. These burn marks add character. here should be the canopy and probably the frames. This is going to be the majority of the parts. You know, all the metal bits and everything else. And then this is the tail boom, tail control rod, etc. So I've got a couple options here. Let me know what you think is the better one. I can do the manual, mostly full screen, and then have the camera small, or I can do the opposite. So this is the full kit. This is the standard servo kit, but it's the official factory kit. So what do you think? Big manual, small manual? I'll probably switch depending on what I'm doing, but to start out anyways. So here's the manual. Here's the other option. I'll go ahead and do this for now. Can you even read the manual when it's that small? I have a feeling that you can't. Alright, let's go ahead and get started. So here's what I do for Loctite. Take a piece of tape and put it on my desk. Then take my Loctite, give it a good shake. Oh yeah, I guess I could talk about blades. Give me just a second. And I just go a nice pile on the piece of tape there. I never said I'm good at building helicopters. Here's some blades for you. Pretty. And '96 Ultimates as well. This is very confusing. Yep, letter tech all the way, baby. Don't forget about the red Loctite. Not yet, Patrick. Hey man, that's all I fly. Ultimates. On my Spectre V2, got the 700 Ultimates. I do want to try the 715s at some point, but right now you can't really buy them, so. Also, just FYI, if you have any questions during the stream, just ask them. Doesn't even have to be about the helicopter. It can be about anything, about me, my other helicopters, whatever. I mean, it'll be kind of like a Q&A type thing while I'm building. You can either ask in the chat, which will be the fastest, or you can also send me a message on Facebook. Alright, let's get started. I don't know how long this is going to take, so this is the almost everything box. I am looking for bag 1. According to this right here. All the way at the bottom. Interestingly, this came with a Spectre V2 blade holder. I don't know if that's intentional or I'm not sure, to be honest. I wear a size 11. William, so it'll go up to 12S, but here's the battery compartment size, right here at the top of the manual. So it'll do up to 12S, obviously. These are your width and height limitations, so you can easily fit, I'm pretty sure, at least 6L55, maybe even 6,000, depending on how wide they are. Or like a 7S 5,000 easily. And then 12S probably up to maybe 4,000. Again, kind of depends on how big the batteries are. Higher C batteries tend to be a little bit bigger. But yeah, so if you're wondering if it'll fit, just look up in the manual here, and that'll tell you how big a battery you can fit. Yeah. I was kind of demonstrating, but didn't actually plan on leaving it there. I don't have room. It's okay. We'll figure it out. How about right here? Just out of view. Good call. Because I definitely will drag stuff across it at least 7 times during the build. Maybe even 8. So go back here. Got the blade grips. There it is. So this isn't gonna be like a tutorial build. That would take way longer. It's gonna be just kind of like a watch me build a helicopter. But of course, you know, you can obviously reference this if you're building yours. And should give you at least an idea of what to do, and also, especially since this is live, you can ask me questions that you might have that I might not otherwise answer. Yeah, if you're gonna do the tape thing, just have more space available than I do. Of course, I'm limited even more by the fact that I have a camera overhead, and I'm trying to keep as much in view as possible. Yeah, the biggest possibility is that I might accidentally put my mouse into it if I like push it out of the way and forget that that's there. Motor shaft is 6 by 32. Yep. Yeah, 6, not 5. Because the pinions have that little bushing that you can put in it to allow 5 or 6 on the motor shaft. Here's my carousel of tools. And pull the blade grip bolts out. So most of these parts are pretty, not the same, but compatible with the V1. So like if you have a V1, a lot of the parts will transfer over. Like other than the main shaft, I'm pretty sure you could take the entire head from a 550 V1. Yeah, no, you can use either 1, 5, 6, whatever you want, whatever you have, whatever's easiest to get. I think these are the same ones, yeah. So it looks like I want you to do the bearings first. I think I'm gonna find the grip arms, unless there's a reason, and just put them on anyways. Because I'm already taking these screws out. I'm just gonna go ahead and throw those on. For the balls on the arms or swash plate, I use red Loctite always, because they pretty much never need to come out, but if they do come out when you're not expecting them to, you're gonna have a very bad day. So I'm gonna run the inner pull on the arms. I've generally found that that's what I usually prefer. Yeah, this is definitely an improvement though from the V1 as far as mounting the grip arms. Because on the old one, there was a screw that went through the grip. This is difficult. It went through the grip into the grip arm, which meant if you needed to change the arm, you had to take the grips off, take the feather shaft out and all that. So this is more like the Spectre. Snap it on and then screw it in, which is nice. Yeah. True, but I've never stripped one, and I've replaced probably a dozen sets by now. On the Spectre. It's a little bit tight. Well, the simple solution is to not do that. I tend to prefer to let the Loctite do its job. I had a little bit of trouble getting that on. The machining in the cutout in the grip arms really tight, which means, you know, it won't move and have wiggle room, but I misaligned it the first time that I tried and it didn't go on straight. tried the heli coils. I really needed to, but I know they can definitely save. I do on certain things, spindle bolts and stuff like that. However, this is Loctite 243, and so far it doesn't really seem to care about a little bit of oil. But on stuff like the yeah, exactly. But I don't do like every single screw. One thing to consider though is a lot of these bolts, they do come with a little bit of oil on them, and it's kind of a catch-22 because if you clean that off, you're gonna have better adhesion, but these bolts will rust. The 12.9 black oxide does rust. That oil prevents that, but it also, you know, reduces Loctite's ability. So it's like a, you know, but yeah, stuff that's super critical, I definitely do degrease. I have a bowl here, Pyrex bowl, that I will be filling with alcohol to clean such important screws and the feathering shaft. So get the thrust bearings out. Got thrust bearing set and a washer. Me too. Man, is this string stressing you out that much? Yeah, 243 is pretty good at not minding oil. If you're using 242, it's a little bit more picky. But with 243, I mean, you should still take precautions, obviously, but it's much more tolerant of oil than 242 is. Alright, so does this come with the bearing in it already? Yes, it does. So these two bearings here, the actual bearings are pre-installed. So all we're really doing is the thrust bearings, which I just mixed up and I'm gonna have to figure out. Grab the feathering shaft, which I'm pretty sure is on the next page. No. Yeah, okay. So also get the head block out. Yeah, Jonas, I hope you feel better. I know you have COVID. Get better, man. Sucks. Alright. So now I need to get the feathering shaft out and figure out the size of the thrust bearings. So this is your 8mm feathering shaft. Or, yeah, 8mm. So this is where I'll take these bolts, the feathering shaft bolts, throw them in there. And I also have a straw cleaner that I will use to clean out the feathering shaft. So I'll soak it in alcohol and just... This is one thing that I learned to do pretty recently on the 800, the Protos 800, because I had that feathering shaft loosen up probably 4 or 5 times so far. 3 times at Spring Fling last year, which I'm really sad that I'm missing out on this year. But last year, it was relatively newly built at the time, and my feathering shaft loosened up 3 times. while I was there, despite having gobs of red Loctite, because of oil. So I would recommend doing this. Something that I really like. It's literally just like a straw cleaner. You know, you shove it in a straw and like, go. But it works really well for feathering shaft, turns out. So I'm just getting as much oil out of here as I can. And just gonna swirl around a little bit. Now it's clean. So let's figure out these thrust bearings. So we've got larger ID goes towards the hub, which will be this one here. So I'm going to do this just to size it up, and I'm going to grab some grease for the thrust bearings. So this is Mobilux EP2 grease from Mobile One, I believe. Comes in a big tube. I buy syringes like this so I can easily inject it into said thrust bearings. Let me get a towel. So I put it in all the gaps between the balls. Just like that, and then kind of squish it in. I like the Tango. Does that have the multi-module in it? Can you put a module in those? I've heard of them, but I haven't really looked into them much. Yeah, so fun fact, this camera here is my Galaxy S22 Ultra with Droid Cam. It's a software that allows you to use a phone as a webcam, and that means that I have a really good webcam. It transmits over Wi-Fi, and then OBS Studio can connect to it and use it as a camera. It's really cool. My webcam that I have that's an actual webcam is significantly more terrible. Alright, so we've got a stack here. So this is the hub over here. Got washer, large thrust bearing, the bearing itself, and small. So there's our stack. Let me just double check, make sure everything works out. Yep, okay. So this is going to go in the grip. Okay. Is it a JR bay or one of those mini whatever you call them? And I'm going to take the other grip, do the same thing. So we've got water. Large thrust bearing piece, bearing, small diameter, other grip, yeah, past what I already did and go to here. So the kit does come with the more standard O-ring dampeners, the 70 durometer, just O-rings, and then you have the option of going with the palm. More rigid, but comes with the O-ring ones. Okay, here's the head block. I'm gonna deal with these later, but for now, so let's go here. Looks like you just shove the O-rings in. I'm gonna actually grease those up. I don't think you have to, but I do with the O-ring dampener style. I have to clean my hands after doing this. I'll just kind of squirt grease on and coat them. So now those O-rings are covered in grease, and I'm going to wipe my hands off because it's kind of gross. And now I will shove them in. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And so these are the special washers. It's really kind of hard to show, but they've got a semicircle shape on one side. That side is going to face the dampeners. So I'm going to go ahead and pull one of these screws out. Give it a nice wipe down with a towel. Make sure there's no alcohol left on it. And go for some red Loctite. I use red on the feathering shaft, sorry. I've had a lot of bad experiences with feathering shafts recently, so yep, I use red. I've never broken one, so thread it into one side of the feathering shaft here. Take a grip, throw it in there. Take your washer, again, the semicircle side goes towards the rotor hub. And you just feed it through. You probably will push them out on the other side. It's gonna happen. But eventually, get it through. Ensure that the grips are in the correct orientation. So you've got the nut on this side towards the bottom. And just take towel again. Make sure there's no grease in or around the hole. Yeah, I mean, blue is usually fine. Sorry, my dogs are barking. You're gonna have to get used to that. Blue is generally fine. I'm paranoid, so I use red. The only time I wouldn't would probably be on like a smaller helicopter, like I don't know, 380s. I don't. Okay, and the bearings fell out. I gotta put them back. Hold on. This is why I do it with the feathering shaft, because it's much more difficult to get the thrust bearings in without it. spacer. If you haven't already, don't forget to like that smash button. It does help, believe it or not. I know, typical YouTuber speech, but it does help. So, if you like it, like that smash button for me. If you don't like it, I guess you can dislike it. I don't really care. Once again, go ahead and wipe off bolt. See how that from the feathering shaft bolt. Red Loctite. And we go. Check to make sure it's free. Nice and smooth. Feels good to me. And I'll take another one. And crank it down. Still smooth. Perfect. Alright, there's the head. Or half of it. Alright, what's next? Swash plate. Okay. And again, I won't forget about these. And if I do, tell me. I'm gonna actually go ahead and put the blade bolts in just so I don't lose them. Set that aside for now. Swash plate. This is mostly just take a screw out, put some Loctite in it, put it back in. And like I mentioned earlier, I use red on all of these balls and blue on the screws. So the balls, don't want them ever to come out, usually, and if whatever. But the screws, since these are serviceable, you don't want to make it permanent. Although, I've yet to have a swash plate bearing actually wear out. So, you do you, but I use glue on the screws themselves. Put the blades on. That would be very inconvenient. This is an interesting change from a lot of other helicopters. The way the bearings retained in there with the screw here that clamps onto it. With those, you do not want to over tighten them because it'll crush the bearing. And it might not damage it, but it won't spin very freely. So just tight enough that it works. Yes, I can, but I don't think I have room. So that's pretty smooth. the inner ones. I drop things a lot, so just disregard. Sorry, I keep going out of frame. I'm extending my arms out pretty far. Since I'm blind, I usually build right up in my face. Last one. All those screws are in. Main shaft. Where is that? Bag 1, bag 2. Alright. Throw this away, throw this away, throw this away, throw this away, throw that away, throw that away. Bag 2. It might be in a different box. Oh, there it is. Main shaft. Bit less zoom, alright. It's hard to find a balance because I don't know how well you can actually see what I'm doing when it's zoomed out most of the way. But, yeah, I don't know. Just let me know if you can't see and I'll zoom in, at least temporarily, just to help with that. Alright, and it has a little pin here, so I'm going to not lose that. So short main shaft goes towards rotor head. So, find the Jesus bolt, the bolt de Jesus. It's not Spanish, just pretending. So this one, on the rotor head, there is no nut for the Jesus bolt. It is just threads. So this is another one where you want to 100% make sure you're using enough Loctite. And 100% clean the bolt off. As my friend Tom Schindler. Sorry, Tom. Alright. So now I'm going to use blue because it's a pretty small bolt. It's only M2.5. Or M3. I don't want to break it off inside the head. So don't push the shaft quite all the way into the head. It's like a few millimeters down. Head. Now what? Okay, so that's what I figured. Because these, like most helicopters, I would say. What else would I use, Jonas? Like most helicopters, these follower arms clamp onto the main shaft, so you don't want those tight until the shaft's in, otherwise you won't be able to get it in. Which is why this step is just now happening. So with these, it does look like there's a few shims here and there. Yeah. So I don't know how well you can see this, but there is a shim between the arm and the rotor head, and you really don't want to lose that. In fact, it looks like there's two of them. Yeah, okay. So the head is flat here, and there's two shims on this bolt that space it out. So you don't want to lose those, otherwise these washers will lock up. Washout arms will lock up as soon as you screw them down, which is not ideal. So you should be able to, yeah, so this is good. Sometimes with these designs, you tighten these down and it locks up, which is not great. If they space them out perfectly on the inside, because there's a bearing, and washers in between them normally, and you can see it on the manual. There's the bearing on the inside, bearing on the outside, and then a shim in between. Depending on tolerances, if that is too tight, you crank it down and it locks up. It looks like he nailed it on this one, because you can, I mean, I cranked down that pretty hard and it's still floppy loose, which is awesome. Yeah, it's a 5/32 of an inch down. There we go. Alright, looks like the next step is your arms. Yeah, I'm not a fan of them, the button heads. They work though. As long as they're 12.9 grade, usually they work fine. But the problem is a lot of times they're not. They'll be 8 point something or 10.9 or whatever it is, and in that case, yeah, not ideal. Hey, what's up, Jordan? How you doing? Alright, let's go ahead and make the links. So we got 2 bags here with links in that same bag as all this other stuff. Servo linkages and rotor head linkages. Obviously we're doing the head right now, so these are turnbuckles, it looks like, out of the box. Yep, cool. Ironically, I don't have one of those bowling French tools printed right now, I don't think. Hold on, let me check. Oh, I do. Okay. About one of these. It does not, but I have this that I made and sell. You know where. Yeah, no, it doesn't come with a tool, as far as I know. One, not that one. That'll work. See, according to this, with standard servos, 15.7. That's a big difference. between mini and standard. Oh no, that's for the servo one. 15.5. So let me grab my calipers. So let's just zero it. 15.5. Wow, nailed it. The way I do this is I set my calipers to the right size and I adjust them, adjust the links until I can get the link on easily, and it matches the size. Let's see how that is. A little bit short or long. And adjust the other one. That is almost there. Perfect. Okay, there's one. I told you to drop things a lot. Design and sell next. I already did. I already did design it. Yeah, no, it works really well. There's just enough grip that most of the time you can turn the link with. Oh, I see. Yeah, maybe. Message me with your ideas, because I'm struggling to figure out what exactly you're talking about, but I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I suppose a sizing tool would be kind of cool. It's like predetermined lengths, I guess. There we go. It's a little bit on the short side. Okay. Head link's done. So the linkages, like most, there's a side that has like a more shiny appearance. It's hard to show on camera, but you'll be able to tell in real life. It's just like a different appearance. But that side is going to go towards the ball. So. I throw the swash plate on. And these go on to the ones that are sideways on the swash, the inner ring. And then washout arms go on. And I'm gonna wait on the servo linkages because I have that swash tool. This guy here. We're gonna find out if I made this the right size or not. Hey James, Jimmy. I read your YouTube name, but what's up, Jimmy? You home already? Looks like the next step's gonna be the frame. I think I have. Hold on. So there was an updated version of the manual that Ross sent me like an hour before the stream started, and I think I forgot to open that one. So give me just a second, and I'm gonna go download the right one. Okay. It's the same. I think there was something that changed, but I'm not sure what. I might figure it out later. Anyway, so we got the frame next. So let's put this aside. We're gonna be going to bag 3 and bag 4, which most likely will be in this one. Yeah, the manuals have gotten a lot better. Hey Dean. Yeah, they've definitely stepped the game up with the manuals. Okay, so here is bag 3. Bag 4 is probably gonna be here. Yep. What's up, Aaron? How you doing? So we'll open this, put this away. That's a lot of parts. Bag 3. We need a lower frame. Just one for now. And a battery tray rail, which is just a piece of carbon fiber. Interesting. That's kind of cool. So here is the frame side. M2x8 countersunk. It looks like there's 2 different tray rails, so I need to make sure have the right one. Oh, no, they're the same. Okay. Frame side. We've got this in this orientation. And then this goes here. Let's look at this picture. Okay, there we go. Some screws. I need. Yeah, okay. So I'm not gonna dump all these out because that would be a disaster. So I'm going to instead just grab one at a time. So the frames are 2 and 2.5. I have to look. I believe it's the upper that's 2.5. Yeah, so lower frames are 2, upper frames are 2.5. So yeah, very, very, very thick. Yeah, whatever. I have lots of extra hardware if I need it. I told you I dropped things. They should call me Linus. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, sorry. This is an interesting design, having this piece of carbon fiber just bolted to the frame like that. It's kind of interesting. I really need to pick up a 4mm nut driver because this is kind of inconvenient. Okay, I just got a message from Ra. That's another manual. Hold on. I think it might be the updates that I was missing. Are you watching, Ra? That'd be kind of funny. Got one for one frame side done. Sorry, my keyboard's really loud. So there was one thing that I know the older manual that was missing was it doesn't specify, but on these frames it looks like it can be misunderstood that you need to build two of these the same way, but no, it should be pretty, self-explanatory, but it should be mirrored when you build them. So you don't build two of these, you build one like this and one with it on this side. I know there was some confusion with some of the very early builders, some of them that got the really early kits, like Sean from Heli Direct, I believe, because I know he had that happen. So just throwing that out there. I think that's what Raw's updating in the manual to make it more clear that you need to build two frames mirrored. Back to what I was doing. So one thing I am wondering, because if you look real close, there's a little notch on the tray there. And I'm wondering, because there's only one, yeah, I think we definitely need to work on the manual here on the frames a little bit, because honestly, I'm a little bit confused too. Okay, so countersink is there. Okay, no, he did update. Yeah. Okay. So the frames are identical, but that's just to make less parts, like less different parts. So now we've got, yeah, okay, that makes sense. So right here is where the quick release tray connector latch is. The notch in that piece of carbon, you barely even see it on camera, goes against that, or in line with that, so that the pin from the release mechanism can go through it. If that makes sense. It's just a very slight notch that allows the pin from the quick release to go through, because otherwise it would run into the rail. So yeah, I'm gonna work on that, because I do a lot of work on the manuals myself. I'm gonna see if I can get a little bit more clarification. Yeah, I guess they did update it. I don't know. Because originally, yeah, I think it would have been nice to. I'm gonna talk to him about that. Just make it more obvious, because there's only one real clarification about it. Maybe there's a little better view there. The notch there. I'm gonna move that out of the way though because I have to put the latch in. So here's the latch. Basically the same as the Spectre V2 and V1 actually. So you've got two, looks like M2 screws. Yeah, M2. Clumsy, man. Two countersunk M2 screws. Which hold that in there. And you have to do this before you put the rail on. So do as I say, not as I do. And actually I need to move it this way. Oh, that was the wrong screw. Thanks, Jones. I appreciate it. I do what I can. So there's a better view there. Now that the pin's installed. Because without that little notch there, it wouldn't be able to go in. Oh, one thing I wonder how many times I'm going to drop this today. Make 100% sure that you Loctite the living crap out of this. Do not forget. Ask me how I know. I almost forgot just now. I use green because I never ever want it to come out. Do not forget to Loctite this piece into the bracket. Okay. Yeah, it's just there. Alright, back to what I was doing. Installing these rails. Don't Loctite these, they're nylock nuts, so if you Loctite them, it will destroy the nylon and accomplish nothing. Almost did it again. I mean, I really need to get in touch with Linus Tech Tips, because he and I have a lot in common. We both drop things a lot. This is pretty cool, and it certainly adds strength with the little carbon strips acting as the tray rails. I mean, those are thick strips too. They look thicker than frames. They're probably 2.5 millimeters. So yeah, that probably adds a lot of strength. Just making sure I didn't build two of the same frames like I said not to do earlier. Memes are good. Memes are good. Seriously, like, has anybody been counting how many times I've dropped something just in the last, like, what, hour and a half? Hour and 15 minutes? Yeah, no kidding. Although I'm kind of a Ryzen gang kind of guy. I've got a, just off camera, I got a Ryzen 9 3900 XT and a RTX 2070. Alright, so just for more clarification here, when I said don't build two of the same frame, you're gonna build one. Notice the front of the frame, the ESC part, it's right here. On the other one, front of the frame, it's right here. I was very confused about that when I first read the manual, but you want it like that. These are your, ESC trays, or battery tray. Just like that. And it looks like, I'm trying to figure out if there is, I don't think so. So I was wondering if you can move this to either side, but it doesn't look like it because the countersinks in the frame are only on one side. So it doesn't look like you can do that. I'm gonna mute my microphone for just a minute and wait for the dog to stop barking, and then we can keep going. Sorry, I live in a house of a family of 5, so I do apologize for noise. Okay, if you, I'm gonna take a screenshot of that. I'm gonna take a picture actually. Guess I'll have to use my work phone because my phone is being used as a camera right now. Okay. Well, that's impossible to show on camera. Okay, frames are done. Looks like now is the idlers and flybarless unit tray. Okay, so here's your idlers. This is not bad. Here is the idler mounts. And the tray will be in bag 3, it looks like. Right here. So I'll go ahead and do that first just to get it out of the way. Doesn't look like there's any front or back for these, so. Idling? What do you mean idling? Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, looks like they're symmetrical, so. I believe these are the same as their parts from the V1. They look very familiar. And the part number is XL55, not 55V2. Okay, I dropped that screw twice. So it looks like those are parts from the V1. In fact, so is this tray itself, actually. Because they're both XL55, not 55 V2. I know the microphone's not the best right now, but you should have heard it when I was first trying it out. I'm wearing a single Galaxy Buds Live earbud as my headphones, and originally I was planning on using the microphone from those, and it was awful. So right now I'm using the microphone on my phone / webcam, and yeah, I know it's not perfect, but it's better than it could have been. Alright, idlers now. This is pretty much identical to the ones in the Spectre V2 as far as the design. So you've got these, which are the upper and lower pieces. You've got pins and these little spacers. So the way you put them together, if you look at the manual, it doesn't look like there's a top or bottom for these. It's just the same piece. So you take pin, pin. These washers do have steps, certain shape to them. Special washer, you can see it on the manual there. The little step goes towards the bearings, so on these it goes up, and you put the idlers in, and then the step goes down for these ones. The only thing I don't like about this setup is until they're installed in the frame, if you drop it, they fall apart, which is kind of annoying, but this is how you'll end up. And then you just take the top piece, set it right over top, and there's your idlers. Just gently set them down so they don't explode. And we're moving to the frame. Sweet. Oh, okay, so that's not the ESC tray, or flybarless tray, it's like a mid-plate or something. Interesting. This is my first time building one of these, I don't know what I'm doing. Alright, so we're gonna need the upper frame now. I'm just gonna get one out. Actually, are they the same? Yes, they are. They are identical. You know, one thing that I'm seeing here that I didn't notice is all of these little zip tie spots. There are a lot of them. So wiring on this helicopter should be super duper easy, at least as far as like attaching the cables and stuff. So that's awesome. And again, these are the 2.5mm carbon frames for the upper piece, which is just silly thick and crazy strong. Alright, so it looks like we're doing the left side frame first. So it's gonna be like this. Okay, so that's really cool. So if you were wondering how the trays actually work, that little carbon strip that we put on earlier, this one, and the top frame create the rail. So that little gap in between them is where your battery tray goes. That is awesome. That's really cool. Hey man, he does his best. Alright, so I'm gonna do the idlers first just so that they don't fall apart. So I'll take 2 of these screws out. Looks like we have 2 different sizes. So I'm gonna have to pay attention to which is which. The shorter one goes on the top, okay. Oh, that makes sense, because the lower one is going through 2 frame sides, whereas the top one's only going through 1, so that makes sense. Get some Loctite on it. And then the shorter screw. Into the top hole. Now I can let go of that without worrying about it falling apart. Just as another view here of how the frames create the battery tray rail. Dang, that's really cool. I really like that. I've never seen that before. Cool. Okie doke. I'm gonna go ahead and put this one in now. And the metal pieces go up. So I'm going to take these 2 screws out. Oh wait. Just trying to get oriented with the manual here so I don't do it incorrectly. Yeah, okay. Still saying healthy. 0 drop frames, that's weird. Okay, and appears to go. I gotta zoom in here. Can't tell which holes this screws into. Okay, so it's the. Okay, it's better. Yeah, I don't know what happened because I don't see any dropped frames and still at 5.5 megabits per second. Okay. So this tray here goes into the inner of these 2 holes. It goes into this one. Wait to tighten that till I get the other one in. Okay, there we go. Zoom back out and we get the clamps now. Are those the same parts or are they different? Let's find out. So they're the same apart, but one of them has a screw in it for pinning the boom. It's hard to show because it's so shiny. But one of them has a pin screw in it, and I need to figure out, I guess it doesn't really matter because we can just move it. I think the pin probably goes up front, but I'm not 100% sure. And need to make sure to pay attention to that. View from the back side. That pin and the clamp screw needs to be on the left of the airframe. That's weird. I don't really even know what to do because okay. And again, for the screws that go through both frames, you're gonna have the longer screw there. Seeing if my phone was overheating or something. I don't know. It's weird. I turned my microphone up a little bit. Maybe it was like losing. Oh. So now that's in. Do the other one. Remove the pin. Okay, I'll do that. Thanks. I mean, I would loosen it regardless, but I'll just go ahead and take it out then. Of course, now I gotta not lose it. Just throw it in the bin of alcohol for now. Alright. There's half of the frame. Let's go ahead and zoom back out again. Okay, so now the other frame. Hold on. I lost something. Anyway, so I will have to take out all of those screws that are in these pieces. I usually leave them in until I need them to not be there, just so I don't lose them. It makes it easier to keep track. And working on phones and laptops that I do, I've picked up the habit of spacing things out like they came out, sitting on the table, so that I know where they go, just by looking. I do not know as far as kits right now. I know that, okay, so it goes on the back. Okay, so that would kind of probably be a question for Raw. I haven't had any updates on the lockdowns over there since the last time I talked to him about it a couple weeks ago. I don't know what's going on right now, if the lockdowns are up or whatever. I would message probably. Okay, well, Ra's here, so he can kind of answer that right now. Okay. I'm gonna put a long screw in just to hold the two frames together. Worse and not better. It really sucks. Starting to run out of Loctite on the tape. Yeah, we're all pretty unhappy about what's going on over there. It really sucks, the situation that XLPower and China's in right now. But as I've said before, all that really matters is that everybody stays safe, and Ra and his team of staff, I guess, their health is more important than a toy helicopter. So it's inconvenient, but it is what it is. So I'm wondering if that's a legitimate number or if you're making it up, but I would believe you either way. Looks like we've got the landing gear next, so we're in bag 5. Yeah, Shanghai, I think, is one of the most locked down right now, if I have understood correctly. Shanghai and nearby districts, I guess. Oh my goodness. Hold on a second. Okay. So, this is important. I'm going to take these screws out and I'll show you. Oh, sorry about that noise. Alright, so in the manual, you can see it's got, the holes are offset up and down wise. The closer distance goes up. I mean, it'll probably work if you put it the other way, but definitely best to do it the way the manual says. Yeah, just waiting for it to pass, I guess. Sucks. Hey Jonas, we need some 510 ultimate, please. I need to refill my Loctite tape. Always shake your Loctite before you use it. It settles and becomes less effective if you don't. Landing your mounts are in. Those are low. Are they the same? Yes, they are. Cool. I need a 2.5 mil. So far, man, the build's been awesome. Really simple, and the manual is worlds ahead of the V1. other than tweaking the manual a little bit, making it more clear, mainly on the frames, and those little battery rail things. Yeah. There you go. And pipes. Come wrapped in paper to keep them from being scratched up in shipping. Although it's kind of messy to take off. Now I like to actually measure, because I'm picky, and make sure that they're the same distance. .75. And get these grub screws in. Keep them pipes from moving. I don't know, you be the judge. You tell me if that's enough. Clean up some trash. Yay, fun part. Servos. Okay, so let's see. Bag 6. Alright, man, we'll see you. Take care. got servo arms and stuff in that bag. But here's the 7075 core of the helicopter. Check out those bearings, they're huge. Alright, so this is pre-assembled. Partially, obviously. The way these are oriented does matter, so I would just take like one screw out at a time, Loctite it and put it back. Okay. On one of them, you've got 1, 2, 3 screws there. That's what holds it to the bottom, or I guess middle plate. This guy here. Look at that. That's a monster piece of metal right there. Love it. So you're gonna take these out. Let's see. That. time. So I have taken the liberty of installing the little servo washers there, self-centering ones, into my cyclic servos. Okay, let's go ahead and get these ready. To 17. Looks like the middle hole is perfect for this. 17 millimeters. I'm gonna have to make these holes a little bigger. So normally the holes in these servo arms are going to be a little bit too small to easily thread into. So I'll take my 1.5 hex driver and just force it in, twist it a little bit. And that makes the hole a little bit easier to thread into. And since you got lock nuts on the back, it's not really a concern that the threads won't bite much. But it makes it a lot easier to screw the ball in. It looks like all of these go on the outside of the horn. So alright. So real quick, before I actually put the servos in, I'm going to program them. So these servos are the newest version of the BLS 915s, version 8. So they are programmable using this programming card. And that'll let me set them to 760 per second. So I am going to do that. So you just change it to gyro servo. Alright. Well, the app is a little buggy. There's something I need to do. Hold on. Might need to install the driver for this. I don't think I ever did. Unfortunately, this isn't super widely used, so like it's kind of still not a reliable program yet. And also, this is a new Windows installation. I have used this before, but not on Windows 11. So I might have to do this some other time. Let's try a different USB port. Not sure why the port's not showing up here. I don't know. I'll figure it out later. I think it's Windows 11 that's being dumb. Let's just install them now and then figure it out later. Spline goes up. You missed me trying to program these servos in Windows 11 telling me no. Were you here for this much? this is those centering washers that I make. Just makes it so that if you're not using grommets, you don't have to worry about getting the servo perfectly centered, because they do it for you. It's super simple. Yeah. Well, in the past, when building, I would just force the servo to one extreme or the other, like force it all the way to the bottom, or all the way to the bottom and to the right or whatever. But this makes it much more geometrically friendly. Hello, Super Low Master. How you doing? You know Jonas? Everybody from Germany knows each other, right? That's how it works. Yeah, I hope so, man. I hope everybody gets one. You know, the weather has been absolutely horrible here too, for like the last 2 weeks. Yesterday it was gusting at like 60-mile-an-hour winds. Jonas, you can do the conversion yourself if you want. I don't know kilometers an hour offhand. I'd say like 100 kilometers an hour gusts. I guess not. Or maybe he saw you and dipped. Look at that. Absolute chunk. That's heavy. It's an absolute unit right there. Another thing that I do that not everybody does is I do not use these Phillips screws that come with servos. I always replace them with an M3 bolt, so I'll be right back. Yeah, I despise Phillips. So I always just change them out with a equivalent size M3 socket head cap screw. Some would argue that you shouldn't do that because you might over torque it, but like just don't go ape on it, it'll be fine. Sorry, Philip. So these have end stops, so that's good. Makes things easier. Now I gotta figure out how this works here. So it's not personal. So that one goes this way. Yeah, isn't your friend named Philip? Like one of your good friends? I'll do centering again later, but I'm just doing this for now. So that when I power it on, they don't go and then bind against something. This one goes there. Again, find the center. Ish. Then presumably this one goes there. That would make sense. Watch me be wrong. It looks like they all go in the same direction. I'll show you in a second. So when viewed from the top, they all go to the right. You know, it's hard to point this out. They all go clockwise when viewed from the top, because then you've got the center servo and your two side servos. Okay, this is the mini one. So I don't really need to look at this, so I'm just going to scroll past it. I mean, it's pretty much identical either way, just smaller servos. If you haven't already, like that smash button, show your support. Show me you like it. If you like it, that's great. If you don't, that's fine. But the likes do help. wonder how wiring is going to work on this. Because the wires go up, I'm assuming just like run them down like that, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. So now, the block goes in. So it looks like, zoom in a little bit here. Okay, so the little cutout part, this part, goes towards the front of the helicopter. So kind of hard to show this on camera. So it looks like we've got a couple different size screws here, so let's figure out why. Okay, so the rear ones don't go in yet? Okay. So these two will go in now. They're 3x6. Get a line. Thanks. I know a lot of people say like, smash the like button, but no, you gotta like the smash button. I have a feeling that these long screws are for the canopy mounts. Just a rough guess, because they're kind of in that area, but I might be wrong. But it doesn't say to put them in yet, so I'm not going to. Well, it's starting to look like a helicopter now. Man, you gotta love all of that weight all the way at the top. Except for the battery, obviously. Alright. Now we've got gyro plate. Okay. Bag system. There we are. I'm gonna just lightly thread these in for now, so I don't lose them. So this bag has your ESC tray, your AR guide, gyro mounts, which we'll be using, gyro mount plate, all the little things for them, and your canopy mounts, which I'm going to ignore for now. And then it also has your tail servo mounting stuff. So it looks like gyro plate mount. I remember trying to come up with what to call those, because like this is the gyro mount, but it's also the gyro plate. So then these are the gyro plate mounts. They're the gyro mount mounts. So you'll notice much longer screws on one side. That is because those are your tail servo mounts too. So depending on which side you want your tail servo, we'll decide which screws, or which side the long screws are on. I'm going to put the tail servo on the right side, just like my Spectre. but you can do either one as far as I know. Just launch that screw. Does that count as a drop? And people wonder why I have a shelf, 2 shelves full of hardware. It's because I drop things all the time. And rather than trying to find it, I just grab a new one. And then every once in a while I just sweep and then like 50 different screws come up. So, short screws. Okay, question. We've got one of these that has screws in it, and the other one doesn't. So I need to figure out why. Okay, so it's because the AR guide comes with its own. So that means that the rear one is the one that has the screws. So alright. It's very difficult to do from that angle. Okay, it didn't completely fall out of my hand, so it doesn't count. I'm going to leave these out. So yes, our flybarless tray appears to be symmetrical, so I'm just gonna so it's this oddly shaped one. So it's the holes that are spaced further apart that hold the AR guide. These screws probably should have taken them out already. So this is going to be kind of a finagle type thing. Because you're going to have to squeeze this. Hold on, take these screws out first. You're going to have to put it like in front of. There. In front of it first, and slide it back underneath. And hold it like that while you screw it in. Oh, I see. Okay, so it doesn't actually screw into this other servo mount. The reason there weren't screws is because there doesn't need to be, but it's easier to have two of the same part and just not use screws on one of them. Like, you know, because this one obviously holds the plate, but this one doesn't, because it's held by the bracket. So that is why there are no screws in that one. Simpler, fewer part numbers. Wasn't Nimbus like part of Cumulonimbus? Okay, and it looks like, yeah. So these longer screws that came out of the side are for the canopy mounts, which I will pull out now. It looks like all these posts are the same length, so that simplifies things a little bit. So we need to attach them to the webs. I wouldn't be opposed to a Sirius 700. Get it like serious, but serious. Okay, so this is where you gotta pay attention. The orientation of these little things. So you can see the M3 goes down and the M2.5 goes up and towards the rear of the helicopter. Oh, I see. So this screw that I didn't screw in to the center plate, that's because it's part of the canopy mount. So I gotta take those out. Here in just a second. After I put the posts on. Hello, friend from the UK. How are you? So here are your canopy mounts. So now this M3 screw for the center plate comes out, which officially in the manual it didn't say put it in, I just put it in there so I didn't lose it. And that's what, or half of what holds the canopy mount on. So this, And then the other one is right here. Oh yeah, that's true. Stratus miniature aircraft. What is it, 60? I think it's kind of before my time, I think. That's nice. This setup. Because if you crash and the canopy gets torn off, you'll just break these little carbon tabs off rather than breaking the frame. Okay. Tail servo. VLS 805X. Very cheap tail servo, but certainly performs pretty well. Okay, and then these look like they're for the front canopy mounts, so I'm going to put those aside. And I need this bag, which contains tail servo stuff. And I need a servo arm, which it doesn't. Yes, my kit came with canopy. This is a full production kit. So either I lost the servo arm that came with it for the tail, or it didn't come with one, but I have plenty. The third hole. Trimming that one down. This is approximately 17mm distance. These orange horns are what comes with the KST servos nowadays. They're very stiff and actually really nice. I kind of wish they weren't orange, so. But let's see here. It comes with at least cyclic servo arms, which is what these are here. I thought it came with a tail servo arm, but I don't know where it is, and I don't feel like looking. So I'm just gonna use this one. So again, don't like Phillips screws. Replace it with a socket head. Get my servo centered-ish. And then looks like the spline to the right. quite a bit, probably. It's up to you. Okay. And this is why the orientation of the clamps matters. The servo arm and push rod have to go through. And if you put it with these, God, it's really hard. These clamps on the other side, they'll collide with the arm and the push rod. So that is why they notate the orientation on these, or on those clamps. I'm gonna go ahead and get these servo washers installed. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. Okay. And as you can see, now that one of those is installed with the self-centering washers, the other side is perfectly centered, ready to go. Just as a reminder, on code Nimbus Live on kc3dprint.com, you get 10% off of your order during the stream only. This live stream is sponsored by me. Alright, tail servo's in. ESC tray. Now I'm going to pause there real quick because one of my upgrades are relevant to that. This is the Sapphire 125 ESC mount for the Nimbus. So I will now show how to install that. Fairly straightforward. also have one for the Tribunus 2 6120. So our ESC tray goes in this orientation. This is towards the front. So or mount battery side towards the front. In my case, you can do either way. Put it through the slots in the mount. Attach the nylock nut on the back. But don't tighten it down yet. And that's that, and it slides back and forth. Just some adjustment if needed. And then once you have it in position, you crank those down a little bit more. Anyways, looks like you need these. And once again, looks like it comes with longer screws for one of them. And that is because that is where the canopy mounts are. So one of them has longer screws. The canopy mounts. These out of the way. I'm gonna go ahead and put the canopy mounts together. Which is just these little pieces of carbon. Yeah, I like it. Gives some protection for the capacitors and provides anchor points for the zip ties for your wiring and stuff. Okay, so the longer one, it looks like goes in the back. I need to refill my Loctite tape. Temporarily putting that in so that I can now put these in. of putting the tray on. Okay, and then I think, yeah, I just realized I need to install the ESC tray on the helicopter before I can, or at least onto the mount, before I can put this on. Not yet. Hey Miles, how's it going? Get yours yet? Oop. Thank God for magnetic screwdrivers. I'm not sure. Honestly, I didn't even know front was an option on this helicopter. We'll see what I find wiring to be easier with. I think front would look cleaner. UPS is very annoying. Alright, now let's go on. Yeah, I think the best option is to install the ESC tray onto the mounts, but don't install it onto the helicopter. Put this on, then put it on the helicopter. Because otherwise you're going to be messing with lock nuts on the underside of the tray, which is not fun. Tuesday, man. Actually, it might be. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah. That's how you do it. So that's another option. So again. I'm struggling real hard right now. Yeah, it's a really easy build so far. Simple and yeah, pretty quick. I'll tell you what. If you know somebody with a 3D printer locally, I can send you the STL for it. Send me an email, info@kc3dprint.com, or you can go to the contact form on my website. I'll help you out, man. Just obviously personal use only. Okay, I just realized my microphone was muted, so I don't know what you heard. Where are you located at? Are you in the UK? Belgium, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think I've shipped there before. Maybe. Yeah, probably be a bit cost prohibitive. If you know anybody else around you, there's always like group buys. It's just me. It's not like it's expensive stuff, but it is something people have done in the past. Ooh, belt. It's like the tail. Okay. Bag 8, bag 9. Oh. Set that aside. We've got two bearings for the tail. A flanged and a not flanged. Flanged one goes towards the tail rotor and is held in place with obviously Loctite and also the pulley. I'm gonna get my green Loctite out, which I don't use super often. 609. And just barely, very small amount. I'm just gonna rub it onto the. You don't want much because this stuff is stupidly strong. And just press it into the tail case there. Just make sure it doesn't move while the Loctite's curing, because once it cures, it's not gonna move. So if it's in the wrong spot, it's stuck. So it looks like we're gonna go ahead and put the tail case onto the tail boom. Go ahead and take these screws out of the other side of the tail case. Tail shaft has two grub screw spots. And if you look here, the one that's further from the end goes into the tail. Now the bearing goes in, and it sticks in a little bit past the end of the inside of the tail case, and presses right against the pulley. It's kind of hard to see, but That's what I use pretty much everywhere, but there are certain places like I just have a hard time trusting glue. These screws will need to come back out. These ones that are holding the bearings in, because they're what hold the tail fin in. I'm just not putting the tail fin in yet. I'm just doing this temporarily. So now we can screw the pulley to the shaft. Just stick it out past, find the flat spot, push it back in, and it should be aligned. Nice and smooth. And as far as in and out play, there's probably, there's shims here that you can use. And I think I'm going to because there's a little bit too much play there. Oh yeah, I did, didn't I? Good catch. Yep, sitting right in front of my face. Yeah, put the belt in before you do that. Hey Rod, do you know if there's more shims? Because I put the one in, but it still has a fair bit of play. I'd like to get rid of it if I can. Little trick to getting the belt through the tail boom without having like a fishing tool. Take a zip tie and put it around the belt loosely. Don't cramp it down because you'll destroy the belt, but put it around loosely like this. And that makes it 100 times easier to then feed the belt through. Yeah, I was thinking that about the tail fin because it presses against the outer race, right? Okay. Tail fin is in this bag of carbon. play's gone. You're right. So yeah, you'll have play in the tail shaft without the tail fin on. If you just put the screws there, but it should go away once the fin's there. And I put the one shim in. There's maybe like the tiniest amount, but that's better than having it too tight and binding the bearings a little bit. Okay, then the idler is right here. So feed it through just a little bit. Just a little. Put a spacer there. Put the idler. Zoom in a little bit. It's getting kind of blurry when I do that, but push it in a little more. Add the other spacer. That one might be a little bit tight just because of tolerances. And the bearing. It should go in. And then just to screw all the way in. Don't over tighten these, because if you crush the tailbox, it will deform and the bearings will probably lock up. So let the Loctite do its job there. And there's your idler. And we've got this guy, pitch arm, or pitch slider, pitch lever, whatever you want to call it. This hole in the side of the tail case here will allow you to install it. So the manual only has the little mount, this piece, but it's pre-assembled partially, just for organization. Those two screws will go up, because remember they put rods on top on this helicopter, so probably easier to put the screw through. And do this. And solid. Tighten it a little more. Okay. And then work on the slider itself. I'm going to take all these screws out and Loctite them. I keep saying slider, it's not the slider, it's the arm. Or lever. There's too many parts to a helicopter. be very careful with these. You do not want Loctite getting into the bearings here, because then it will get stuck. So be very sparing with your Loctite here. Nice and smooth. Slider itself right here. That's a lot of little parts. So this is kind of the same thing as that battery tray latch. I just use green Loctite because, or red, not green, because chances are I probably won't ever have to take it apart, but if I do, I'm fine with it being a pain, but I do not want it coming off in flight. So I green Loctite those. Yeah, these come like barely assembled, so that it's very obvious that you need to take it apart and Loctite it. There we go. With orientation on these, you have to look at these. Okay. So with the fork pieces, there's two sides to them. One, you can see a ring all the way around the circle. It's sorry, I was reading the comments. You'll see the circle that goes all the way around, and on the other side you don't. The side that has the circle all the way around is the one that goes onto the ball. So on this, you want I'll just show you when I get it more assembled because it's trying to fall apart in my hands here. So if you're assembling it like this, zoom in again, you want the side with the circle going all the way around to be facing downwards when it's like this on the left side. Then flip it and do it again. It's clockwise threaded. Same deal here, don't get any Loctite on the inside of the little bushing, because that'll cause it to lock up eventually, because it'll bond with the brass. It'll bond the brass to the screw, which you definitely do not want to happen. So again, on these links, you want, there's also a number. So the side that has the number 1 on it, I guess, or the number, I guess, faces upwards on the left. The side with the circle that goes all the way around faces downwards. Yeah, I mean, probably. Most of the time, if I like damage a pitch slider, I just replace the whole thing because like they're not very expensive. So I'll try and get it in the right light to show you. I think you probably get what I'm saying, but I want to make it very clear. So this side that's facing upwards has no circle that goes all the way around, like all the way around here. And on this side, it does have that. It's really hard to show on the camera, but it's very obvious in real life. But you can see, it's just the way the mold is, but it's made that way on purpose. What's going on, man? How you doing? From Indonesia. That's pretty far away. Okay, so here's the pitch arm. Okay, I'm gonna try and clarify. Pitch slider, pitch lever, pitch arm. Where is it? I guess I skipped that step. Oops. Okay. It's hard to get orientation here. I wonder if this is the one. So it looks like it's supposed to go. Okay. Okay, so this was installed, this ball was on the other side. Alright, good night. That's pretty early. Have a good night, Rob. Okay. Yeah, so just to clarify, when I got this, the ball was on this side. It's supposed to be on this side. If you look at the manual, it's pretty obvious, but it was just on the wrong side. Man, that's smooth. Unbelievably smooth. Granted, there's no tail in there yet, but just that movement. Crazy. Alright, tail time. Tail rotor time, specifically. Got some shims there, don't lose those. Once again, pull the blade bolts out. Another 2.5. This is a ball end, but it'll have to do. Oh, it's 2 millimeters. Interesting. In that case, I'm gonna have to find another driver because I only have one 2 millimeter. Alright. Lots of little shims on this guy. So I'm going to carefully pull this feathering shaft out without pulling the thrust bearings out. Try to anyways. And then take the screw out of here. What's up? Clean off any oil on these screws. And again, straw cleaner. Barely fits. So blue, I use blue on the tail feathering shaft because it's a little bit on the small side. So real quick, gonna push the outer thrust bearing and the bearing part of it out. And do the same thing I did with the main head thrust bearings. So I'll take a paper towel. insert it back in there. And then do the same on this side. Clean this screw off. Some blue Loctite on it. Take one of these shims, throw it on there, then the tail hub, then another shim, and there is that. Let's see how much play there is. None. Perfect. It does come with a few shims somewhere right here in this little bag if you need them, in case there's play between the grips and the hub. So if you pull them in and out and you feel anything, you can throw those in. That should take care of it. But in my case, there is none, so I will just go ahead and crank these down. Feel super duper smooth. Let's do a change of music, shall we? Alright. That is the tail assembly done. You can take this over here. Loctite on the grub screw, and make sure you have it oriented right. Rotate the tail shaft until you can find the flat spot. It'll make things easier for you. Then align the hub with the flat spot rather than trying to do it like with the hub already on there. And then we can connect the ball linkages to the grips. Clean up some bags. Alright, that is the tail. Starting out with the main gear. This is the standard kit, so it comes with the third bearing block. The mini kit does not. A bit of oil on these parts. So here is the new main gear design. Interesting. Wow. Yeah, that's a big one-way bearing. There's two of them. So you got this whole thickness here is one-way bearing. Just twice as many, twice as thick, twice as strong as the old one. You got one there and one there. And then they got rid of the circlip design, or whatever you call it, snap ring, and instead the auto gear is on the bottom, so it's a lot easier. It still has the pin, which is what that was with the main shaft, but it doesn't have the snap ring anymore, which is great because I really hated those. So, go ahead and take these screws out and Loctite them. Very loosely for now, and then I'll come back around with more torque in an X pattern. Roller needle bearings, which I mean, we've been using them in the helicopter hobby for a long time. Yes, Sprag is better, generally speaking, but I think needles will be fine, especially considering there's two of them now, and I believe they're the same ones as the V1. There we go. It looks like they want you to green Loctite that bearing on there, but in my case I can't even take it off, so either it's already green Loctited or it's just a really tight fit, but in either case I'm just gonna not do that. Your mileage may vary. If it is loose, if this bearing is loose on the hub, go ahead and apply some Loctite on there. Alright, it looks like we're now putting the main gear, the frame, and the tail together. So you want to make sure your belt's not twisted too many times. And once you get it so that doing this, the tail moves in the same way, you just turn it 90 degrees to the right. So start out with them moving both in the same direction, turn it 90 degrees to the right, no, to the left, sorry. It's because I'm looking at the camera too much. So, just to correct myself, if you're pulling on the top of the belt and the tail moves in the same way, rotate it to the left, and then as you pull on that side, on the right side of the belt, the top of the tail should move back, and it should be spinning counterclockwise when you're looking at it from the tail side. Once you figure that out, and you clear space on your desk for it. feed the belt through. You might have to fiddle with the belt up in the idler area to get it to actually go in. It helps if you take a screwdriver and just pull the belt through once you get it partially fed. You know, I would love to maiden it today, but the weather says absolutely not. It looks like I need to loosen the clamp screws a little bit. There we go. The belt is now in and through the idlers. Boom is all the way into both clamps. It's a pretty tight fit. But now that that's done, we can, looks like, feed this in. Alright. Because of the distance between the belt pulley and the main gear, the belt can pretty easily get between them when you're putting it together. Obviously it'll be fine once you have it together, but just be aware of that. I'm going to take the rotor, drop it in. And there's that. And we need to fish the belt back onto the pulley. This is one disadvantage of having pulleys that don't have flanges. They're just a little bit harder to get them assembled. But once they're together, it's perfectly fine. And we can pull back on the boom to lock it in place. Of course, this won't do anything yet because there's no Jesus bolt, but that is now in there. Or not Jesus bolt, it's a pin on this. Which I put in this bowl of alcohol. So I do need to pull the head back up a little bit so that I can get that pin in there. this is gonna be really difficult to show, but you want the hole that the pin goes in sticking up just a little bit. Feed the pin into said hole, and then rotate the auto gear / pulley until it's aligned, like that. You see the slot is aligned with the pin sticking out on both sides. Then you just pull the head up, and that locks that pin into the cutout in the pulley. And now the tail rotates when I turn the head. Careful though, because if you push the head back down, the pin will probably fall out. So you want to make sure you do not do that. Then we need to put the third bearing block in, which is fairly simple. So on this, it's similar to a lot of helicopters, I believe, where, yeah, the holes in the frame which the bearing block mounts to are slotted up and down. So you install it and then push up on the bearing block while you tighten the screws, and that locks it in, locks the main shaft without needing to be shimmed or anything. I'm going to apply just a little bit of green Loctite to the third bearing and check out how huge that is. That is a big bearing right there. I'm going to apply a little bit of green to it just to make sure it's nice and stuck. Clean oil out of the block first, because there is some there. But I put just a tiny drop in there, and then I'm going to spread it around with my finger. And just needs a super thin layer, so don't go crazy. And now, push the bearing in. It does stick out a little bit. It's on purpose. And then we can just take this, let's see which way it faces. Bearing goes up. Okay, that's what I thought. So you'll take it in this orientation with the bearing on the other side. And put it onto the main shaft. It will take some wind because the battery tray guides are there, so you'll have to kind of work with it. There we go. I'm really happy with the tolerances everywhere. I mean, it's just, everything fits exactly right, and it doesn't feel like you're having to move things one way or the other. It just works. Oh, it just fell out. Because I had pressed down. Yeah, see, that's what I was talking about. Without having the third block there, if you push down on the head, or even just gravity's doing that. If you push down on the head, the pin will do its best to fall out. So try to avoid that. can insert the frame screws. I'm 3x10 with some washers. But don't tighten them yet. Just put them in loosely. Okay, so now that the screws are all in, I'm gonna push down on the bearing block. Or push up, I guess, technically. Push it towards the head. And then tighten these screws. And by that point, there should be no play up and down in the main shaft whatsoever. Now we've got to tension the belt. So I'm gonna spin this, see how it feels. And then I gotta look from the back of the helicopter and make sure the tail box is level with the frame. Tension feels good. Now, take screwdriver and loosen the clamping screws. Take them out, add some Loctite, put them back in, and crank them down. Don't go crazy because you'll strip them out and you'll be angry at yourself. Just enough. They clamp pretty freaking hard. Learned that lesson on the V1 myself. You don't need to go crazy. And then on the rear one, that screw that Raw told me to take out earlier is the pin for the tail boom. Now that we have the belt tension set and the tail box straight, we can put that in. And you'll feel it pierce the tail boom. It'll be pretty hard to turn. Eventually it'll get through and stop once you hit the all the way threaded in status. this is the mini servo version, which doesn't have that third bearing block, which is why you have this main shaft collar here. Standard doesn't have that color because it's got that third bearing block, which does the same thing. I think this here was something he said that was wrong. I'm gonna go download the newest version. He just told me that he updated it. Yep, so this is the new version. Let me download it real quick. Okay. Sorry. Have to rename it. So this is manual view 1.1. And as you can see, it's 8.7, so. Let's get going on that. So this little bag here has your tail push rod stuff. I want to do this so that by the time I'm mostly done, the glue is dry. this rod. So it's set by this dimension here. I use JB Weld, so let me get that set up. Same thing with the tape here. I do 2 rows. microphone was muted, sorry. I wonder how long I was muted. My bad. I mute when the dogs are barking and forget. Alright, motor time. Great. So what happened was I got the JB weld out. I JB welded the push rod. I used heat shrink. Did the thing, measured it 15 times. Strong. And installed the push rod guide. So now that I'm unmuted and you can actually hear what I'm saying, I'm going to install the motor. I already soldered everything up, like I said, just for convenience sake. Oh, and I turned my fan on because I was getting hot, because it's hot outside and my room is really poorly insulated. Alright, let's grab the motor mount, which will be in bag 11. Uh, 4025 Beta Series, 1050 kV. Maybe it'll focus someday. Maybe not. 4025 HT. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. Alright, so I think the motor comes with mounting screws. Sure does. Although, I don't think I'll be able to use them because the Nimbus appears to use countersunk motor screws, so never mind. So let's find these. So let's zoom in a little bit. So I'm only going to be able to use 2 of these screws because on these motors you have a M3 set and an M4 set. I think it's 4 and 3, but whereas this comes with just 4 M3 screws. So just use 2 of the M3x10 countersunk screws. And let's figure out where these wires are going to end up. So, looks like that's the front. Yes. Goes like this. So that means I need it to be something like that. Stiff wires. Okay. So it'll be like that. I do kind of wish they offset the mounting screws by 45 degrees so that I could have the wires coming out diagonally instead of straight out or straight forward. Because having them straight in any direction is kind of a pain to deal with, but I think it's probably for space constraints, because obviously this takes up less space front to back, and they probably didn't have much of that available. So anyway, let's make sure these are nice and tight. The kit comes with XL52G12, which is a 12-tooth pinion. And because I have a 6mm motor shaft, I don't need this little bushing spacer, so I can just go straight onto the motor. So I'll find the flat spot, and it wants the grub screw, I would say at the top of the motor. I will need to figure out how high to put this, but that'll be later. I probably should run an 11 tooth, but they're out of stock everywhere, so I'm just going with a 12 for now. This ESC should be able to handle the slightly lower throttle curve involved. Now I need to find the counter bearing, which I appear to have misplaced. Same one, bag 11. Where did that go? Pretty sure I just saw it somewhere. Anybody see it? Oh, never mind. That's optional. Doesn't actually come with it. Okay. There we go. That's what I needed. Okay, I was very confused. I could have sworn I saw it, but I was thinking of the battery tray puller, not the counter bearing. Yeah, so the counter bearing does not come with the kits. It's an option. Frankly, with motors these days, the bearings are so gigantic. I think it'll probably be fine for 99% of anybody without the counter bearing. Because I mean, the XL550 didn't have one either, and it generally worked just fine. So let's using calipers set to 17 millimeters. Perfect. And then I need to take out these two screws here at the very front of the central plate. And I need to take out all of these screws. There it is. And I can put these two back, just not all the way tightened yet. Should allow it to slide back and forth. Then put all the motor mount screws in. I knew that was gonna happen. Now, this is how I set mine up for pinion mesh. Is basically push it really hard against the main gear, and then I spin the main gear with the screws all the way loose, by the way. Well, very, very, very lightly pressing against it. Very, very small amount of play. Tighten down. And there we go. We'll Loctite those now that I've got it locked in place. Did I already do that? I feel like I might have already done that. teeny tiny little bit of backlash. Now crank down on these two that go into the center plate. So once this is all bolted together, it's a huge conglomerate of metal right here. Very, very strong. Alright, and don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Battery tray. We're just about done, folks. Mechanically, anyways. Here, the battery puller, which won't really be useful until I get the quick connect system, which I will be trying. But I'll put it in there so I don't forget to. Okay, so that is the entire thing built mechanically. So I am going to now put the ESC in. Which is pretty easy. Just take this little clamp off. Feed the connectors through. Push the ESC in. Slide it forward a little bit. ESC will click into place. Move these out of the way a little bit. And then push this back on. I will at some point go back and tighten those screws. All I have to do probably is just crank down on these nuts under here, because the rest should be plastic resistance, friction, whatever. I'm going to plug in the cooling fan, which will be a little bit difficult to do, but not too bad. Let's remove these two screws. And that should allow me to do this after I loosen these. Forward a little bit, and now I can get to it. And I'll say, not a huge fan of this. The way the fan plugs in on this ESC, it's very strange. I don't know why they didn't just use a regular servo header. There. Now I can push that back down and reinstall the posts. So, roughly 5 hours for the mechanics and servos, and motor and ESC installed. Now I'm gonna attempt to route these wires. Something like that. I'll take a zip tie and feed it through here. Lock those into place. You can see the slot in the mount there for the zip tie. Might have to reverse two of those wires because on YGE you can't electrically reverse the motor direction. You have to do it by swapping wires. Move that out of the way a little bit. And then we'll get the wires. I've already done the splitter for brain telemetry, although I don't remember exactly how it works, so I'll have to do a little bit of Googling. Okay, and then I need to find the manual for this ESC. figure out which orientation that connector goes. Okay, well that's not enough. Okay. So signal goes to the left of the ESC. In. Okay. Simple enough. Now I need telemetry wire. Goes in here. I'm going to run them back on this side. Grab another zip tie. Feed it through the mount. Again. There we go. And those will run to the back. Like that. No, I was actually just about to call a break, go get some food and something to drink, go to the bathroom. I will be back probably around 4 o'clock here, so about 10 minutes from now. Just enough to keep going. Yeah, I gotta refill this cup. Thanks for your concern. Alright, well, that is the majority of it, so I will see you all in about 10 minutes.
Yo, microphone check, make it a microphone check, give it a microphone, I make it a microphone dead. Don't step to me, newbie, I could truly be moody, I could have played the fucking Grinch in the movies, I've been a part-time shadow cat, part-time, that is not a guy that I would ever want.
Alright, back. I took some time to clean up my desk a little bit and stuff since most of the mechanical building is done. I also figured out why my programming card wasn't working, or rather, I figured out how to make it work. So it was showing up on COM 9, which appears to be a hard limit, is coded in as the max you can do is 8. So it wasn't, I couldn't select the port that it was on. So all I did was I went into the device here, port settings, advanced, and changed it from COM 9 to something that was available, which in my case was COM 6. And now I am able to connect and use the programming card. So let's do that real quick. I'm going to program these servos here real quick. Make sure everything's there. So plug it into the card and make sure the port's selected. Read config. Because I need to unplug it and plug it back in. Read config. Oh yeah. Like I said, it's still like not very commonly used, so the program is kind of buggy, but it works. There's a certain order that I have to do this in. Unplug it, start the program, plug it in, wait, then read. There we go. Yeah. So this one's already set because I was, testing it out. So literally all you do, you read your config, you go to gyro servo, and you write your config. That's the only thing you have to do to change it from 760 or from 1520 to 760. Because gyro servo is, high band, narrow band, 760 microsecond at 560 hertz. So that is literally all you do. So close it, unplug, move on to the next servo, plug it in, start the program, plug it in, read config, gyro servo, write config, close the program, unplug it, last servo, start the program, plug it in the computer, read config, write config. And that's it. All of these servos are now running at 760 microseconds. Pretty cool. Now let's switch back. To this. I am back. Yes, I am. Alright, if you just came back, because I noticed the viewers dropped like 4, so you probably went on break too. While I was not streaming or not on, I figured out I was able to get the programming card working, and I just programmed all of the cyclic servos to 760 narrowband center pulse. So we are good on that front. Now I need to figure out the wiring. Actually, let me go ahead and put the flybarless unit on. Got an icon, and this is my receiver right here. perfectly normal. And there's the icon, so let's get some tape. This is a brand new roll, just bought it because I ran out. Run it along the bottom of the gyro. Cut this one off. There. And I think I will put it here. Yeah, I'm gonna do wires facing back. Just like that. Sorry, I keep pausing the music because I have the Galaxy Buds in, and their touch buttons. It's the dumbest thing ever. Anyway, so I need to figure out. I might put the receiver actually under the, like, on the tail servo, or at least like right next to it. We'll see. I'm not doing that yet. Perfect length for the ESC wires. So let's see how we can get those over there. It's not. Oh, I see. Okay, they want you to go down here. That might be too much. Yeah, it's gonna be. Oof. Just slightly too short. That's annoying. Let's see if there's anything here. Space it up. Because they want you to go down here like this, but that does not leave me with enough ESC wire. So I might have to deviate from that just a little bit, if I can. The question is, can I? Let's do this. Yeah, if I wasn't streaming, like doing this live, I would probably make my own servo leads, or ESC leads, and make them just like a little bit longer. But for time reasons, that's not really an option right now, because it is a very slow and painful process. So I'm just gonna do this. Actually gonna replace these zip ties with that same thing, so have a protective barrier. between the servo and the zip tie, or servo wires and the zip tie. We need to put something there to protect the wires. I will have to do the same with the servos. It looks like they're meant to be routed pretty much in the same spot. You know? I need a better view here. There we go. This is pretty much exactly how I wired my Spectre V2. Let's see, that is just about perfect. Not the easiest to get these zip ties in here, but it never really is. Yeah, you're here for the wiring. Finally, okay. Takes a while. I've been at it for 5 hours and 30 minutes. Well, slightly less, but the stream started 5 hours and 30 minutes ago. So at this point, I'm not gonna zip tie, or I'm not gonna zip that tie until I get the cyclic servos situated, which I think I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna like shove it in there, like that, and then run it back parallel to the ESC wires. I think, yeah, I'll have to replace that one too. The build is done. It's just the wiring and electronics and setup left. Sure is, man. It's part of the fun. For me, building is just as fun as flying. I love building. Just something about putting something mechanical together. It's just like, why? Ask me on a different day and I might have a different opinion on wiring and stuff. But I generally don't mind doing it until it becomes difficult, and then it's like, I'm going for more of a kind of easy to work on kind of vibe, because this is a 550 and it's probably going to be a beater that gets scratched a lot, so I don't want to have to deal with super clean, tidy wiring that takes an hour to undo if you gotta change the part. I have thought briefly about putting the fly barless unit up here under the SC, but usually I prefer up here, kind of just because it seems more. Usually it's easier. That's the main thing, right? Plus, it's very similar to the XL550V1, which also has a rear-mounted gyro. I might stick a piece of tape there. Just to hold that in there. I want to keep it away from the servo horn on this servo. Let's do that. So this is what I do when I need a servo to stay put, or servo wire, rather. Take a small piece of double-sided tape, put it somewhere, like right there. I'm gonna stick it down. Drop it. So stick it down there. The trouble is, I don't know if it's gonna stick to this servo. It does not seem to be very sticky. That might work, just like that. Make it cleaner. I'm not going crazy clean, but I don't want it to be okay, then I'll peel off the other side. Sometimes difficult to do. And then just stick the servo wire to it. And that's it. So that wire will not go anywhere. See that very well. It is double-sided taped to the back of that servo to keep it away from the servo horn. Alright, this side now. So these ones pretty much going to be the same deal. Except this one, I'm just gonna pull it down like that. So let's grab more tape. this servo lead down there. And we're good. So we'll need like that. Found a much easier way to do that. If you're struggling to get the zip tie through, in these little spots, it's difficult. Right here, I think. Yeah, there's a zip tie spot right here. If you're struggling, you can just go around it because it's real close to the edge there. So you can just go in the bottom hole and then just come out around it. I'll show you when this is done. The problem with that is it'll fall off. So never mind. Donna never said that. Oh, never mind that, never mind. I was just mistaken. Those two servos there. Think about it. You know what? You might be able to go underneath this. And come out. Let's try that. No, because that went the way. Okay. So I'm gonna go there. And around to the gyro. These ones are gonna have to go straight up to the tower. I might just stick it over here too. Just so that it's more symmetrical, I guess. Yeah, that works. I might find a different solution later though. We'll see what happens. Concern there is that it's torn off crash, which is what it's designed to do. It might take Servo's wires with it, which would not be great. This is the part about wiring that I don't like, is figuring things out. Let's just connect to what I know so far. So I'm looking at the so on this one here, coming off the telemetry cable is governor sensor with the 2 wires and telemetry on the single wire. Then a twisted wire, one of the twisted wires, with the signal on it is the throttle, so that will go to channel 1. And then the other twisted one that has only 2 wires is the auxiliary VEC wires. So that can go to channel 2. Okay. Just a little bit. This is the center servo. So let's open the brain. Demo board. Tell it the orientation, top up wires back, tell it the receiver type, and up here for the servo assignment. It is a 120 with servo center in the back of the helicopter. Here we go. Okay, so the center one is servo 2. One is the right side servo, which is servo 1. And then the longer one is the left side servo, which is servo 3. And finally the tail servo is servo 4. Okay, done. Battery. fire, that's good. Now we get to organize all of this mess. So I think I'm going to pull these back there, like that, and somehow hold them there. Don't know how yet. I'll figure it out. I think I can get a zip tie through there. I'm gonna move the shadow back a little. Wasting tape, who cares? Give me a little bit more room for zip ties to hold all the wiring bundles. Not the prettiest, but it'll certainly get done. Again, I'm going more for ease of maintenance than pretty. And I really don't feel like doing a bunch of crimping and shortening right now on stream, so I'm not gonna. So that's probably fine right there. Unplug my battery. Same on the side. least the receiver. What's up, man? Just about done, actually. As far as building, need to set up and finish wiring it, but mechanically it's done. Other than the servo linkages, I'm waiting for the push rod to dry up. But yeah, we're getting there. Alright. I think I need to fire up the old printer. Make me some antenna. I've been on for about 6 hours now. So far, it's good. Oh wow. That. Weird. So, where am I going to put this receiver? Let's see. So, for it. All I have printed is green. So either I can do this or something like that, or I can do on the tail end. Let's put some double-sided tape here. I love how tiny this receiver is. Servo rod is right there. Honestly, I have a harder time putting my receivers somewhere, figuring out where to put them, than the rest of the wiring most of the time. right there. See if there's anywhere else I can shove that bundle of wire. Oh, I missed. Okie doke. That looks good to me. I will figure the antennas out at a later time. I think now I can start proper setting up the fly bars unit. I need to go get my transmitter. It's in my car. Just realized a small problem with the gyro. I can't get to the USB port, so I'm gonna go get my transmitter case. I'll be right back. USB thing which connects to the Servo port. Cases such as these where you can't reach the USB port. Okay. Let's go ahead and close brain. And reopen it. Shit, I already made the model and everything for this.
Throttle hold, flight mode 1. Throttle hold, flight mode 1.
So with brain, using 760 servos is not easy. Well, there's no menu option for it, so you have to manually enter in all these numbers. Now, what is that one? Right side. Servo one. Oh, I forgot this was here. Okay. This one is not responding for some reason. So let's unplug it. And make sure that I actually programmed it. Properly. Yeah, I never programmed this one. Must have not saved or something. Okay. I really should have waited to plug that fan in. There we go. All servos are moving. That's good. I wonder, I don't know, I don't remember how far the travel is on these. That looks more correct. So now I need to go to here. No. Here. Set my neutrals. Wow, they are all perfect. Sick. Just need to do reversing now. There we go. I don't think that's ever happened before. All three servos are perfectly neutral. At center stick without me having to sub-trim them at all. That's pretty cool. Let's go ahead and crank down these arm screws. Okay, above the tail servo. That one's not. There we go. Stay hydrated, homies. By the way, when you see me click this, that's me checking chat. Okay. So that's good. Now, I think it is when I test my swash leveler. So I guess since the mini version, I'm wondering if the top of the bearing block is a different height from the standard version, and I might have to make a new swatch leveling tool specifically for the mini version. I'll have to find out. Yeah, they're the V8s. So the difference is the firmware mostly. They probably have a slightly different board, but the main difference would be the firmware. So the V8 servos support 760 center pulse, which is the same as like a tail servo, which in theory improves responsiveness in certain situations. I've never tried 760 cyclic servos, but I know people who have, and they said it's definitely a market improvement. So the difference being pretty much just the ability to do that. Of course, really the difference is that they're programmable. The V2, any servo prior to V6 is not programmable. The versions are kind of a mess, but that's basically the difference, is that the V8s are programmable, so you can put them kind of wherever you want. Tell them to run 760 and all that. with this tool, I don't actually need to measure the links, I just adjust them until they'll go on. And with this tool being here, if the links go on, that means that they're the right length. Yeah, I'm curious to try it. There we go. Page. At least. A little laggy. I don't know what's going on there. With that lagging weirdly. Same. Because I won't be able to just pop it on and off or line it up and test on the center servo. Is anybody else seeing this? The video's all like weird. Very handy tool. Especially when it's one of those cases where you have to thread the links on pretty much all the way. It takes forever. This helps tremendously. time lapse almost. Okay, so that link's the same length, so I should be able to pop this on here. I have ball link pliers, but they're in my car. A lot of my stuff's in my car because I leave it in there so that I can go fly on a whim, which never happens, but one can dream, right?
Telemetry lost.
Yeah. I will be right back. Servos are, the main shaft is kind of stiff on the swash.
Telemetry recovered. Throttle hold. Throttle hold.
Okay. There's something going on with my
Telemetry
swash
lost.
plate. It's kind of sticky. I need to do something about it. I noticed it earlier, but I thought it was just something weird going on, but the servos are working really hard for some reason.
Telemetry recovered. Telemetry lost.
This is very strange. Give me just a minute to investigate here. Back. Hello. Sorry. I just did something. I think I got a bad squash plate, the little circular thing on the inside of the squash that the squash rotates around. It seems like it's undersized or something. Because it was, I mean, really, really tight on the main shaft. So, literally what I did, and this isn't something that I expect most people will have to do, I think I maybe just got a bad one, because it was literally just a retail kit. Anyway, I took a piece of 2500 grit sandpaper and some oil and spun it up to about 1000 RPM and just sanded it down a little bit, the main shaft. Now, squash moves nice and free. Not really sure why, but the issue is solved now, so we should be good to go. I will be talking to Rob about it though, just to make sure it's an isolated incident. How are we doing? You guys? Falling asleep yet? Very strange, but we're good. So, no, not beating my helicopter with a hammer. Although, that's what I did at first. Before I turned off the camera. Excuse me. Let's put it back together. We're getting pretty close here, ladies and gentlemen. Not too much left. Keep forgetting to keep it in view. I need to clear this out. Hold on. Not lose these. These are the tailblade bolts. Let's put those in real quick. Go ahead and connect USB back up. Fine, use this bolt. Thanks so much. So, where were we?
Telemetry recovered.
That seems like an awful lot of pitch. I'm not proud of the wiring. It's pretty ugly, but that'll do the job. So it looks like we are a couple degrees off with the swash perfectly at neutral. So I'm going to adjust the turnbuckles a little bit. How do you do this? Turn it. First of all, this one's upside down. Is it? I don't use turnbuckles very often. Now, if I turn it to the right, it should get shorter. Which is not what I want. I need a turnbuckle wrench. Check them both and make sure they're the same length. Yep, looks good. Tracking should be pretty close. Zero pitch is exactly zero pitch. No, not today. It's gonna be dark in a couple hours, and it's still super windy. But maybe tomorrow, depending on the weather. I think it's actually supposed to rain pretty soon. But maybe tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow too, so we'll see. All that's really left is tail servo setup and installing the blades, really. I'm not sure if, because I really should wait like a full day for the tail push rod. I'm gonna check on it and see if it's ready. Still pretty soft. I mean, it's really about it, I think, as far as what I can do today. I did. Yeah, let me get it. Yes, I muted myself again. Let me guess, you didn't hear any of that when I was doing the trays? Maybe I'll get good at this someday. Yeah, 7S 4500. Nice. Oh well. Yeah, so that's what I started doing on the trays. Keeps the dust and grass and whatever's in the air from sticking to the back of the Velcro, and also reduces the chances that it'll rip off of the tray. Yeah, it's because it's 4500, the cells are super thin. Now, if you take a Maniacs, now to their credit, their newer batteries are much lighter and smaller, but this is the old style Maniacs 4500 7S, and just as a comparison. Same battery size, same cell count. Hilarious. And like way heavier too. The ones are quite a bit lighter and thinner. Which I can attest to because I got this newer 5114S, which is for the 800. And it weighs about 400 grams less than the older ones that I have. Same exact battery. So I believe them when they say that. But yeah, this older one is a monster. But I got them both for $90. I have two of these, so I have 4 batteries total. I got both of the Maniacs for $90. Yeah, it's a pretty. Yeah, no, I do plan on buying a couple of the 12S 5100s. The Maniac 70Cs to try out, because I know all of the newer batteries are lighter than they used to be. So I do plan on picking up a set of those to compare them. They're pretty much identical in weight to the Gens Ace that I'm using now, 12S 5000. Yep. So I'm gonna have to get more trays. And like I said, I do plan on trying out the Quick Connect system once it's available for it, just like I have on my 700. But this will do for now. And yeah, this is the tray, so as you can see, it'll easily fit a 12S power system on it, no problem. Obviously this one's a bit long, but you'd probably have it further forward too. So I think 3000s are probably a bit shorter too. 3300s, whatever it is that you run on a 12S 600. So let me get a print going for some antenna guides that I'm going to try out. I don't know which ones specifically I'm going to use, so I'm just going to print like all of them. And so yeah, if you have any questions about the helicopter or the build or anything really, not even related if you want. It's kind of an open floor right now. I just did that twice. It's kind of an open floor right now. Ask away. I think the boom's gonna work actually pretty well. Minutes. Yeah, so I mean you could run 12S like 2500, 2600 if you wanted to. On a 550, but probably mostly gonna be 600s, which yes, there will be a stretch kit. Hopefully not too far from now. How is the background noise? It looks like there's a ton, but I can't tell. This right here. I can't see it. According to the monitor, it looks like there's probably a bunch of background noise, but I can't tell. Let me know if it sounds like crap.
Inactivity alarm.
I think most of what you hear is probably the printer fans, because there's several fans in there going at full bore. And I have to leave the door open right now because it's really hot in there, and this is a really fast print, and it'll overheat if I don't. Plus I got my ceiling fan going because it's hot in here now. If I do this again, at some point, I will be using an actual microphone. Preferably a wireless lav mic, which should cut back on noise a lot, and audio quality will be better in general. bad news is I apparently put the Velcro on the wrong side of the tray. Yeah, that happened. I was about to put it in the helicopter, and this is supposed to be on the bottom, on the same side as the battery. So. That's a mistake you kind of only make once, I would hope. Or not at all if you're not a silly goose. Okay, go. So the one in the video is my Voron 0.1. It's a little tiny 120 by 120 by 120 super fast Core XY printer. And then my other one, which is not pictured, is my Voron 2.4, which is a 350 by 350 by like 300. Also very fast, also Core XY 3D printer. But when I want to just print something real quick, real small, the big printer makes so much heat. My room would be a sauna, even more than it already is. So usually if it's just a small quick print, I'll just do the little guy. no idea if this is a good position for the battery. I'm just guessing, and then we'll go from there. Okay, let's try this again, shall we? What's that? Huh. I think the fan blowing is too much for it. It did not like that. I had the window open to the printer because I didn't want it to overheat, but I think the ceiling fan that's on right now, it was not okay with it. I'm guessing based on the fact that the bed was only 100 degrees. Let me check. Yeah. That's no civic. I know that I don't have the tail push rod on, but that won't add that much weight. So this battery needs to move back. Especially since there's also going to be a canopy too.
Inactivity
I'll
alarm.
do this again once I get actually fully ready to go pretty much. That's a lot better. I'm not 100% sure on every single one, but I know that a lot of the tail is. Pretty sure the pitch slider is and pitch arm, but this little arm here is different. And I'm pretty sure the entire tail, like the hub, the grips, everything is all the same. And then the swash plate looks like it's the same. The washout arms look the same. The rotor head and grips are not the same but compatible, I believe. So if you still have old parts other than like the grip arms, like if you have like the entire head or the entire grip, or you know, a lot of it will work together even if it's not the same part. But a lot of it is also the same parts. Basically, if you look in the manual and it says XL55, it's probably apart from the V1. Yes, the main gear is the same also, and the pinions and all that. Start that print back up. So, real quick, this tool here, the swash tool, that is now available on my website. You can order it now and get 10% off using coupon code Nimbus Live. Now, I still need to verify whether or not the mini servo variant of this helicopter will work with this tool. So if you have a mini, I would hold off until I can verify that, or make a new one for it. So the Nimbus has two of the one-way bearings that the V1 had. It literally has two of them. You can tell because of how big the distance is between the top of the main gear and where the auto gear is. That's all one-way bearings. It's two of the same bearings. So you probably will be fine with the Nimbus. Let's go ahead and throw the blades on. Ultimates, you don't need any kind of spacers or anything. If you were to run 510s, you might, which I don't know why you would do that, but you can. But you would need the spacers for the blades in that case. Yeah, you and Miles, Scott. Miles was supposed to get his, he ordered his, or, well, his was on the way at the same time as mine, but he didn't get his over the weekend. wouldn't be able to do this with a 700. Fit it on my desk and do this kind of thing. Not with this setup. 550 is about all I got. So my plan, I think, for
Inactivity alarm.
antennas is put them on the bottom of the boom. Right there. Yes, it's my first beta motor. I haven't tried the 4025 non-beta, so I don't really have a frame of reference. But yeah, it's my first one that's in the beta series. Alright, see you, Mud. Have a good night, or day, or whatever it is, where you are. Just waiting for this print to finish. Should just be a few minutes. Questions, comments, concerns? Anything you want to chat about? knocked free of the build plate. Let me see if I have one already printed. I do not. So I'm gonna go ahead and cancel that print. Just make sure it'll fit though. It worked quite well. Well, I think that's about what it's gonna be today. I gotta wait for the push rod to dry completely. So probably gonna go ahead and call the stream over now. Helicopter's built, pretty much set up, pretty much ready to fly. Just a couple things that I gotta wait for, like the print and the tail push rod to dry. So if you're still here, you are fantastic. Dedication is incredible. Really appreciate you hanging around. Chase, the red Velcro ties are, they're just little Velcro. It's just a roll of thin Velcro. This is from Gowie. I get it from Anything Heli. Let me see if they still have it. They sure do. So that's what those are. It's just I wrap a layer around it to protect the wires from the zip ties. Works pretty well. Hey Robert, it was good to have you here. It's been a good time. Yep. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. So once again, I really appreciate you guys that came and stopped by, even if you weren't here the whole time, which if you were, that's pretty impressive. Yeah. I'm gonna go have some dinner and anxiously await the JV weld on that push rod to dry. Everybody, I hope you have a fantastic night, or day, or whatever it is, wherever you are. Stay classy.